Hello there guys and welcome back to another live stream. My name is Mike aka Decimal Punt and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. Those of you that have been following the last few streams would have seen all the progress we've been making on this narrative game. I have 9 days till deadline and it's coming along really nicely. Today's stream is going to be focusing on visual effects, Magic Combat, Audio Manager, Quest Journal and Ink. Ink is a program that it basically you use it to write the narrative for the game, and then we've got code in here that will be able to read it. So the visual effects, last stream towards the end, I spent an hour kind of wasted trying to create a cool visual effects. I wasn't happy with it, so I've basically got a visual effects that I'm going to. This is what honestly, it was going okay, but anyway, I found a asset pack that I quite liked. I just have to find it. I think it was this one. No. Was it this one? It was a healing one. Maybe it was this one. Please tell me I added that. I'm sure I imported that. I think it was this one. I think we're just going to go for that. There was... I don't know why some of these don't have the... This asset pack seems a bit... Holy effect. I think it was... Let me just find the one. Holy Effect 2, let's go for that. I'm gonna get rid of that nonsense. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I mean, that's cool, but my god, that's enormous. Let's scale that down. My god. we go 0.5. It's just too high. Um, it's too... I feel like that one's enough. I don't feel like we need that one. Feels ever so slightly off. We need to lower it down as well. Looks like -2 it was. Alright, if we just sort out the that vertical thing. It needs to be... Oh, I wonder if it's the velocity. Aha. Length scale. Let's see how that looks. Still slightly off. Our character needs to... just fine tune this until it looks. Alright, so that made it worse. If we do 1. That looks pretty central to me. Oh, that was close. Let's go 0.3. Welcome to the stream. And there we go, our character's dead central. I feel those bars are too thick. So I'm gonna go on to here. I think it's the start size, you know. If I did 0.2 and then change the length scale, oh my god. Perfect. That is perfect. Okay, much better. That's the healing FX. So now I need to, I think it was on the character armature. Okay, so now if we take damage and then we'll do the healing and it should look groovy. Bastard. Yes. Where's the other skeleton? I've only killed... As if I've killed 3 already. Oh, that looks so cool. Let's just do that one more time. So that was a healing asset. That's so cool. So cool. Okay. So that was the healing prefab. I think it was the 3rd one. No, it wasn't. It was that one. Holy Effect 2 prefab. So we can tick that VFX off for that ability. So I just wanted to have like a visual effects for the heal. You know, it's kind of a cool magic thing. Right. So VFX, I will tick that one off. Now, what we have is remaining on tonight's stream. There may possibly be more work as well. We've got magic combat to do. We've got an audio manager. I feel like putting in the audio manager. I've got some sound effects and I want to get the music in. And what was the other thing? Music and sound effects. So I want to have a sound effect for when the player uses his sword. And I've got this here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just stop the music I'm streaming. And got quite a few sword sounds here. I like that one. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I have my other project up, which has a sound manager implemented. So there's a few steps I need to do. I need to create a game object that's going to act as the sound manager. And then we need to check the code. And yeah, there's a few steps we need to do. So let's just jump into my other project. So I've got the sound effects manager. I I'm sure I... did I not have one? I wonder if I put the music on here. I might have put it on game controller. Canvas music, there we go. Where is the one that I had? That game controller, SFX manager, interactive, player pickups, UI. There we go. So on the canvas, I put interesting. I put the music source on the canvas. Okay. And I've got the SFX manager there. Audio mixer. Audio. Okay. Alright, so let me just, I'm just going to write down the steps here. I'm not jumping straight into the Magic Combat. We've got the healing visual effects done. The audio manager needs doing, so we've actually got some sound instead of nothing. So we're going to get the audio manager set up to have a music track playing, and then we'll put in the sound effect for the character's sword hitting the player, and then we can do a sound effect for the player getting damaged, which I've got. And yeah, so we're going to do that. So what I just need to do, so the SFX manager is in the scene, and that basically plays all the sound effects, and then on the canvas, yeah, I've got the audio source there. God knows why I put it on there. I don't know why I did that. Right, so if I go into audio, they're the sound effects. Okay, so we've got master, music, sound effects. Okay, so I need to do an audio mixer. Audio. I'm going to be hopping between both here, guys. So audio mixer. Audio mixer. I'll call this master. Oh, it's just called audio mixer. Oh, okay. Audio mixer. And then if I double click that. Okay, so we've got two groups. And then we expose the parameters. And the reason we expose the parameters is so that we can adjust the volume of those within within the settings, which I think it was main menu. Can't quite remember. Okay, so we need to add a group. So we've got master, and then we add a group. And this is going to be music, and then no, SFX. Music, SFX. So they're children of the master. Music and SFX. What's the master set to? 100, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Audio volume. Right, so exposed parameters. I can't remember where you expose the parameters. Volume of SFX. Select an audio mixer group, right click one of its properties. Okay. Expose volume of music to script. There we go. Right, and then if I just go back into caverns, music volume, volume of music. So music volume, SFX volume. Music volume, SFX volume. Music volume. Music volume, and then SFX volume. There we go. Right, so now that those have been exposed, I'll be able to adjust those in the UI menu. I'm going to have a simple UI menu for this game. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. It's going to have a play, options, exit, and controls. Just simple. Because these are the controls just there at the top at the moment. So okay, so we've got the audio mixer here with music and SFX, and we've exposed the parameters. And I think when you go on here, I just need to remember SFX Manager. The SFX Manager. Okay, so we give the game object a audio source, and the output is the group. Got ya. and then we can adjust the volume there, and then we've got the script manager here for playing the sound effect. And then for some strange reason I decided to put an audio source on the canvas. I don't know why I did that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a music manager and an SFX manager. So we've got one to play the music and one to play sound effects. So what I will do is I'll create a game object and call it music manager. And Canvas doesn't have any script on there, so we're just going to follow what it's got here. So we need to add an audio source. And the mixer group is going to be music. And now for the audio source. Now there was one that I just put in. I think it was this one. No, it wasn't that one. It was an orchestral one. Was it Lumora? Audio, free, fast, gentle, ink, Lumora. It's not that. I'm sure I put in the music. Give me a minute, guys. I'm sure I put in the music. Was it that one? Warring Spirits. Where's the Warring Spirits? I installed that one. It's too upbeat. We'll put this one in instead. Right. That's really annoying. On my assets, Lumora, I mean, it does say demo on there. But it had a really nice one. That would have been so much better. Right, so we need to delete the Lumora. welcome to the stream. Jesus, that's quite large. Right, Lumora, can I remove assets from project? Yes. Right, what was the one? Here we go. That's a weird track. It's a shame they haven't got... Oh look, it says in brackets loop. So the ambient isn't looped. I think I prefer this one. So what's that? Ambient 1. To be fair, I quite like that one. Thanks for the spam view, Subjective. I appreciate it. We're going to go for Light Ambient Loop 2. Light Ambient Loop 2. Obviously, I whacked up um, the music there to 20 decibels. If I put that down to 0, just see how that sounds. Is it too... I'm just trying to get the right one, guys. The action one sounds more like combat music. Yeah, I think we'll stick with that one. Light ambient 2. So that will play. That's in the scene. Okay. So the music audio mixer is this track here. So if we added a slider for like music volume, it would affect that. And then And then you have the SFX as well. So if we get rid of the stuff we don't need, which is basically those, I might keep those in there for the time being. I feel like actually moving that one. Actually, hold on. If I should be able to just move it into audio. If I just close that and reopen it. It's because I cut the sound, so it had that opacity look to it. Okay, let's go put the background music on. Okay. So in our audio folder, if I do a new folder and just call this music, we've got that there. And then we can just keep the project nice and organized. I'm not going to need that. Okay, music manager is... Where is the music manager? Why has that gone red? Oh, it's because of the HUD. Okay, so music manager is there. So what we need to do is create the SFX manager. So if I decide that I want to change the music when we have the final encounter, I can do that. That's why I've not just got rid of these ones just yet. So we'll leave those in there for the moment. If we go save the project, and then if we go back to our other one, so we've got SFX Manager, and we're probably going to have a scene variable for SFX. Yes, we have down here scene variable, SFX Manager. So basically with that we can control the sounds played, and if I go on my player apologies, there should be something in here for update health bar. Yeah, here we go. See, get the scene variable, trigger the sound to play, and that's literally how you do it. So we need to create a game object. I'm just going to copy that name and then go create empty SFX Manager, and we're going to put that as 000 as well, and this is going to need a audio source. Thank you. And it's going to be output to SFX. So basically any sound effects, like when the player adjusts the volume of the music or sound effects, we want to be able to separate them, just keep the music separate and the sound effects separate. Like if they adjusted the volume, you don't want them changing everything. So that's why we've got two different groups within the audio mixer. So let's just check the settings on that. So all good. So we need to add a script machine now to our sound effects manager, and SFX Manager. Scripts. Right, what have we got? UI. So literally, there is, as you can see guys, that is it. There's just custom events. There's nothing else in here other than custom events. Play one shot. So it does it once. What we should do is just add a scene variable in here. Scene variable, call it the SFX Manager game object, scroll down and then just drag SFX Manager onto there. So that scene variable is now set up, and then under here we can put in sounds. So we're going to pick out a sword sound effect first, and then what we can do is put that into when our character attacks. So where is it? Sword sound. Now what we have, guys, is we have we have a couple of different sounds. Now I'm going to do something really cool here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put in I'm going to select a few of these. That's rubbish, that one. That's rubbish as well. Doesn't sound right. Sounds like a whetstone. That sounded rubbish as well. Not sure about that. Okay, so if I took those sounds, put them into audio, and then did sound effects, put those in there. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something similar to the Villager's Code, where we do a random dice roll, and that way we can make one of those swords sounds play. That's the idea. So within the code we would say pick a random kind of number. Let's just go into the script graph. And so it's going to be a custom event. And we'll call this player sword swipe. Actually, we call it basic attack. If I called it PC, for player character basic attack, that will keep it a little bit shorter. Right, so that's that. So what we want to do is go into the code for NPC and basically copy that. And then we go back to the sound effects manager, get rid of that. And how many sword sounds do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be 1 to 5. Hold on. 1 to 5. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying for the custom event of basic attack, you're going to pick a random number, and then whatever that number is will play whatever on here. So if it's 1, you want to do play one shot. Play one shot. Audio source, play one shot. Audio source, play one shot. So what I can do is I can actually copy this. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then what we do is we just drop in our sound effects from... Oh, that's going to be annoying, isn't it? Sort, right. Sword 17, sword 18. So we've got 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, so 20, 17, 18, and then 22 to 25, 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 22. 25. Okay, so PC basic attack. Okay, so what this is going to do is player. So I'm going to give it the same color. So now what we can do is go onto here . We need to find the bit. I think I can actually get rid of this bit. Because here we show the object and then this bit turns it off during the animation. So if I just unplug that and just quickly test this. Why did the music not play? Or was it playing? I definitely need to turn that up, guys. That's a little quiet. Okay. Right, so we can get rid of that because this bit here gets turned off after a certain point in that healing animation. So we can get rid of that bit of code. What we need to do is find a section with player attacking. And then we've got one for the ability as well. So if true, set the ball. Alright, I'm going to plug this into here. Oh, did I give it a custom event? A name? PC basic attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So PC basic attack. Right, I'm just going to turn off the background music just while we test this. So we've put in the sound effects manager and we're calling that event that we just made where when the player uses his sword attack, it will play one of 6 sounds randomly. It will randomly choose one, and what that will do is it will give that random kind of, if it was the same sword attack sound every single swipe, it would get a bit repetitive. So just having 6 variations to choose between, we'll see how that sounds. Right, why are you doing that so many times? You want to do that once. Okay, I have a better option here, guys. So the reason, did you hear that? When you press this, it's doing it's playing it lots of times. See that? And you don't want that to happen there. So what we're going to do, because that's happening every frame, what we're going to do is we're going to move that over here, shrink this back down, shimmy this back over here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to move it to the side to keep it nearby the relevant section. So we're going to do this as a Unity event, and we're going to call this we'll just keep the naming consistent. PC basic attack. Okay, so what we need to do is get the attack animation. Attack. Which is this one. So if I Control and D that, and then this is should be the player character. Now what I can do is go onto the attack, and I should can basically put I can trigger that sound animation once, because the problem is with the other code, that custom event for the player's attack animation, it's happening on update, which is the thing that happens every frame. So if I plug in the audio sound effect there, what happens is it will play multiple times. Whereas if I create it as a Unity event, I can say, okay, during this animation, just play it once. So we can basically put it in here. I think roughly there would be good, because then when it swings, it like. So if we went for, I'd probably say round about frame 20. Yeah. So we're going to do an event there, and this is going to be script machine, trigger Unity event. And then all we need to do is copy that, paste that there. And then what that will do is it should trigger the sound effect. And it should be that simple. So if we now pause the music on the background and do this, it should work. That's cool. Love it! What I might do is just bring it back ever so slightly, guys. Ribbit. Animation. And then PC attack. So I'm actually going to bring it probably down to like frame 16. I think there's a good spot. I'm going to actually put that up there because it's quite handy to have. That's really cool. I love that. Okay, so that works perfectly. These Unity events are an absolute gem. I'm not even joking, guys. Like, they are so good. Being able to plug that into the animation instead of triggering it in the main graph, it's really good because it's like it will play once and it will play exactly at the right time that you want, so you can really fine-tune the sound effects to feel responsive to the character's movement. So we need to have a sound effect for healing. I'm not going to put in footsteps in the game, guys. Like, I know, you know, you can do that. But yeah, I don't want to put in footsteps. Where's the player hit? Is it on... Now, we don't have... The hit is happening from the skeleton on, I believe, the cord for the sword hitbox. Yeah. So, yeah. Welcome to the stream, Awen. Why is your sword making a sheathing noise? It's the sound effects asset pack that I got off of a Unity store, Awen. I've I've got 6 different sounds. I mean, personally, I think it sounds more like a whetstone sharpening the sword, but I'm only allowed to use like 3 asset packs, and there's not many decent ones with swords, so I think it sounds okay. It does the job. So what I'm doing is I'm just going into the thingy here. So the code on the skeleton's hitbox is what is telling the player to play the hit animation. So we're going to do the same for the player receiving a hit. So if we just go into our audio folder, I'm just going to actually tidy this. I'm going to enable this as basic attack, PC basic attack. Just keeping things organised, because there's going to be multiple sound effects in here, and I don't want it being looking at it all muddled together. I'd rather it be organised. So we've got PC basic attack in there. So what we're going to do, we're now going to go through the sound effects. I'm just turning off the background music, guys. Where is it? It's male character. Here we go. Combat. Hit reactions. Oh, come on. That one's just... Come on, what is that? Nah! Those will do. I mean, this one. Come on. I can't have that. That's just pants, that one. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, so we're gonna go for these ones. So when the player gets hit, missing the Dark Souls awkward moany death sound. Oh, love it, dude. Love it. Right, so we're going to put these in SFX and call this as PC hit. So PC hit. So now what we're going to do, we're going to do similar code for this one. And this works really well. I'm really happy with the random range function. It really does work fantastically, and we've tested that with the sword. It's got a chance to roll between 6 different sound effects, and it just makes it feel a bit more realistic. So we're going to call this custom event. We'll call this PC hit. And then we're gonna copy these. And are you enjoying the visual script, Awen? I know you said, I'm pretty sure you said this was like the first time you've seen it or played around with it. Are you enjoying watching me work in it and, I don't know, just seeing how it works? What do we need to do? Get the sound effect. PC hit. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag this off screen. Just here. So I can actually just go into the project, which will be so much easier. And just drag them onto there. And then we just move it back. That file name is so long I can't even... 4 1 36. Okay. It's fun. Honestly, I like it. It's what I've been taught at university, and I like it. In the new year, we're going to be making 3 games, I believe. I'm pretty sure we're making 3 games, and we're going to be in the Unreal Engine. We're going to be doing something to do with AI enemies, not like ChatGPT enemies. I'm on about actual behaviour trees and things, which is something I've already done. And then we've got the group game to make, and then I think there's another game. So I'm really looking forward to getting back into Unreal. Just because the blueprints are so much tidier than this straggly bowl of spaghetti in front of us. Okay, so the PC hit is going to do this. It's going to pick a random sound and play it once. So what we're going to do, I'm really grateful to you, Awen, for the showing me about the events in the animations. It's proving amazing, you know, the ability to because what I did originally was I plugged in the custom event under the sound effects manager into the code for the player controller, and it was playing the sound like 20 times because it was, well, happening every frame because it was on update flow of code. Whereas plugging this sound effect directly into the animation as an event, I can make sure it happens at just the right point so the sound matches the animation. It's a game changer for me, like really exciting. Right, so PC here. They are great fun, dude. Right, PC hit. So we're gonna go back to, we're gonna minimize that. We'll go back to our player character, and we're just gonna put the event here. If I copy that, now I know that. Oh, that's annoying. I know that the area of code where the player changes to a hit animation, that is currently sat under the hitbox of the skeleton sword. But if I create the Unity event in here, it should still work. So we're gonna go into here, copy the PC hits, go back to the player character, and we're triggering PC hit, and I'm just keeping the naming consistent. Okay, so we've got Unity event, it's called PC hit, we're triggering the PC hit from VFX manager. So now we need to copy, duplicate the animation under the character player controller, replace that on the animation controller, and then add the event within the animation itself. So into characters PC hit, Control D, and then animation PC hit, which is there. Animation, no, sorry, characters PC hit, and then we drag that up to there. And then if we go into our scene, select our character and click on the hit animation and click on, drag that off, please. PC hit. Oh, that's actually quite a fast animation. I'm gonna do it there. I think it was PC hit. So PC hit. PC hit, there we go. Right, so that is happening on frame 2. Right, let's test this. So looking at the code, it's gonna pick one randomly, one of those. So we're just going to basically take it from the skeletons now. That works really well, doesn't it? I picked the perfect frame for that. I picked the perfect frame for that. Okay, so that's working really nicely. Really happy with that. I'm not sure on the music track at the moment. The music track I'm 50-50 on. So we need a sound effect for the heal, sound effect for the special ability. It might be good to have a sound effect for chopping the wood as well. Picking a pumpkin and maybe picking a plant as well. Just player feedback, user experience makes it more fun. So I would say for the time being, we can tick off this job of the audio manager because we have the sound effects. We've put in, we've got the sound effect for the player being hit, the player's basic attack. So I've implemented the music and the sound effects manager. What I might do is just quickly add in sound effects needed. So we're going to need a picking pumpkin, chopping tree, picking plant, dying. It might be good if I just go on there and actually click on the animator. So chopping, picking, lifting. I'll rename that to lifting pumpkin. I'm not going to put in the sound effect for walking or sprinting. So we need one for the player heal, player melee ability. Oh, yeah, dying. So that's the player character. What other sound effects do we need? I'll get a skeleton hit, skeleton dead. Just 2 sound effects. So when the skeleton's hit, and the skeleton's dead. I'm not sure about adding a sound effect to the skeleton attacking, because if the player gets swarmed by 3 skeletons, there's going to be a lot of sword clashes. I mean, I could actually... I'm going to put it in, actually. Upside. The animation pathways that were starting to look like a summoning circle no longer look like a summoning circle. Oh, man. I love your humour, bro. Oh, you do not fail to make me laugh. To be fair, I don't think there's any more main kind of combat animations for the player. There is a load of animations for the dialogue, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to implement those. I spoke to my lecturer about Ink and how I wanted different animations to play at certain points in the dialogue. The way Ink works is like... where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's not on there. It's on the... I think it's on here. Where the hell was it? There was a script for it. Where the bloody hell was that? There was like a... Oh, I know where it is. Sorry. It's over here. It's this. This is the thing that handles the dialogue that I need to implement. This is going to be a big job. Not a big job. It's a fair bit of work. But I think I have a way of at least it implements C#. Like, this is something we've been provided with. I obviously don't know C#, and I do not want to go into C#, but this, yeah, it uses ink, the software for writing the narrative, and yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but what I can do is I can give tags to these prefab triggers, and the triggers are going to be assigned to certain NPCs for dialogue. So it's going to be fairly good to. I know what I'm doing basically with it, so it's all good. Yeah, it's just a little scary because it's new, but I know I'll be able to do it. Right, so what have we done? Shall we tick off the audio manager? I've added in a list here, guys. So sound manager, music and sound effects is in. I've got lifting pumpkin, chopping tree, picking plant, dying, player melee ability, player health. So that'll just be, that won't take long at all. It's literally, these are animations, so all I do is I find the sound effects that sounds cool and fits the requirement, drop it into the animation, job done. Same for these. Find some kind of monster sound. Very, very straightforward. We've got the sound effects manager and music manager implemented, so I can tick that one off the list. Audio manager. Okay, there's 3 more things for this stream. We're not even at the 2-hour mark yet, and I've still got loads of energy. I'm just going to keep going, guys. I need to get this done. I've got like 9 days till deadline. In 2 hours time it'll be 8 days till deadline, so I know I can get this done. I think I would like to do the magic combat next. So we've got all of the code that functions for the player attacking the skeletons with the trigger boxes and things. Like, everything just works perfectly. I just want to check, where was the bit where we disabled the hitbox on the... do we have the code on here for disabling the hitbox on the player's sword? I can't remember. No. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, here we go. Player sword hitbox. Turn it on if the player is not attacking or ability. I'm pretty sure it was on the trigger box of the skeleton. On this one. Yeah, there we go. We turn it off there. Cool. Just rejigging my memory there, guys. Okay, so this is... So you have an idea on how to make the characters play animations of dialogue? No. What I do have, right... Basically, you have this program called Ink. Let me see if I can open it up. This is what I would like to do this stream. So, if I open... Right. This is Ink. And basically, you click through here. What you're seeing on the screen here will be interpreted by Unity, and you know, you're able to kind of go through it. I need to, basically at uni on Thursday, I typed all of this out, going by going by this. All of this dialogue was typed out, and then I clicked up here, exports JSON or something, and then it turned all of this into gibberish code. And yeah, so we'll go through this. If you're going to be with me for a couple of hours, when you'll see me working in ink, I'm learning it. There's all these different little asterisks and pluses. Pluses mean there's sticky options. Asterisks mean they don't appear again, and then at the top here is where you define a variable, and here is when you're checking if a variable's something. Basically, as you can see on my dialogue flowchart I designed, I have different emojis for different dialogue. The orange boxes are player dialogue. The blue boxes are the NPC. So we can see at the very top here we have a happy animation for the NPC, and then when the player talks, they'll have like talk here, here, and then an evil animation. So yeah, it's tricky. I have an idea of how I can get this to work, but basically it's like you need Unity to be able to communicate with ink and know if certain like being able to read each other's variables. I know there's certain points, because on my flow, when you first talk to Dumrick, the NPC's variable is NPCA0. When you finish talking, it's NPCA1, which means the next time you'll see him, it will be NPCA1. And I know that I can control that in Unity by using the prefab that we have for this narrative. I can basically give the box a tag. That is a way of like saying sorry, YouTube adverts. Just seen your comment, dude. So yeah, there's ways that we can. One way I think we would need Unity to get on stage. I know. Well, that's the thing. It's in that. It's in the. Oh, where is it? I don't really want to jump into this right now because it's going to be a big job. But you can see the different steps here. Yeah, it's just very. And then there's something on. I think it's on image dialogue, panel narrative, canvas. There we go. You see these choice buttons. Yeah, we're gonna cross this in a little bit, okay? It's the biggest job. It's the main job for this game. I've literally got so much implemented, like, as you know, the job list. All of that blue section is UI. I'm pretty damn good at UI and getting that working, and I've got my other project open where I've done all the UI. So I'm not worried about the UI. I know it can take a little bit of time, but these sound effects as well aren't going to take long. If we can get this magic combat sorted, bearing in mind it's going to function similar to the skeletons, the code is going to be very similar. So all we need to do is make sure that the magic projectiles are tracking the player and disappear after a certain time. So that's going to be fun. Once the combat magic is in, then we can move on to the UI element I want to add, which is the quest journal. It's just going to be something where the player can press a button, UI pops up on the screen, and they're able to just check what they need to be doing. So it's going to be very simple. It's just going to display some text. Very simple. Let me just I do apologise, guys. My acid was really bad last night, and it's kind of burnt my throat, and I've got a really sore throat today, so I apologise for the coughing. Jesus Christ. Have you had a nice day, Awen? Okay. Oh my god, I've got the burps. Right, let's get in this code, shall we? Right. Okay, how are we going to do this? Right, we're going to have... we've had a bit of rain today. It's very windy this evening. Like about an hour and a half ago, I was like, what the hell was that noise? And it was super windy outside. What? Projectiles also nav mesh agents? I don't know. That sounds a bit... I don't know about that. I mean... We're going to play around with it. I've got some cool visual effects to do for the magic. It's an asset pack. Kettle's just boiled, guys. Give me 1 sec. Oh my god, I put a lot of coffee in that. Jesus Christ. Woo! Oh my god. I'm going to be up all night with that. It does sound funny, dude. Okay. Right. We have 2 cultists. Right, what I need to do is bring that down. Okay. So we have Athelstan. I don't think... Hold on. Idle. Yeah, okay. Let me just go into my animations folder. So, I'm not too worried if I can't implement the character animations during dialogue. It will be a bit shit because it was a really nice plan what I've had, but the limitation there is basically the C# and how we're meant to use ink with Unity. Like, I don't know C sharp, so if I can't read the variables and get animations playing at certain points, I know that if I was able to communicate, basically I don't know how it functions because it's in C sharp. So it's kind of like if I have to write off the animations of the different characters during dialogue, it's not the end of the world. It'll be a shame, but all the planning went into it. That's just how it is. Right, so Evil Athelstan has an attack, hit, death, idle, shock, angry, talking, happy. So he has an attack, a hit, and a death animation, basically. And if I just check the cultists have their idle, which is there. And then they have a hit, attack, death animation. So I think the first thing we need to do is add in a sense similar to the skeleton. So the skeleton have this sense. If the player's within that sphere, then they're going to get what's the word? Attacked. However, because these are magic casters, they're not moving from the spot, so we don't need to worry about movement or any nonsense like that. Their purpose is to kind of stand on the spot, rotate to face the player, and yeah, basically they will have the sphere collider, which senses, and then if I just go onto them, yeah, the capsule collider makes them solid, and then this acts as the sense, and the only thing that's going to deal damage is the fireballs they create. So they'll spawn a fireball that will head towards the player. So first off, let's copy the sphere collider component, and we're going to see how big. Oh, I feel that could be a bit bigger than 7. Let's try 8. Because the player needs to get in there, kill the cultists, kill Priest Athelstan. I'm wondering if 9. So basically, provided they're within that range, they're going to attack. I feel that's like a good range. Or should it be 10? They're not going to move from the spot, so the player has the advantage in that sense. Hold on, why has Athelstan not got a... What's its chops? Capsule collider. There we go. Okay, capsule collider to make them solid. Sphere collider for the sense. Perfect. So that they've all got quite a big radius there. Okay, so the first step is create sense sphere. Done. Now what we want to do is add we want to add a script graph. What I'm just thinking about is obviously Priest Athelstan's going to need a script graph as well. What am I trying to think of? What am I thinking of? Think. Well, what we need, script machine, the graph that controls their combat. Athelstan will have the same. But it's basically going to be, we're going to need a boolean at the very beginning of the code, and that boolean will say is hostile, because when the player first comes here they talk to Athelstan, and we can't have them hostile during dialogue. It's after the dialogue has ended that they become hostile and attack. So we're going to need that. So that's first off, if we get it done for the cultists first, I'm going to add a script machine, and we're going to call this cultist. Handles combat. Handles magic combat for cultist. Okay. So this should be fairly straightforward. Obviously, I know I've got a cultist there. What I can do, if I just quickly copy that one's numbers, there we go. I can delete that one. I've just basically copied the transform data for the dupe, because I'd rather do all the thing on this one and then just copy him, and then I don't need to paste all the components as new and stuff. Right, so skeleton. What are we going to want from here? We're going to want the sensing ability. Hold on. Is hostile. Needs to be the very first thing. We're just going to make sure that we're just going to make sure that that gets done first. Sets cultist to non-hostile enemy. Oh. Right, what else are we going to want? We don't need any of the movement. Skeleton moves towards, we don't need that. Right, we're going to need that. So the there we go. So if the player enters the trigger, and the trigger is the sight. See? So if player is within sight range, register the boolean as player seen. What we should also do is get position and set position. So basically, at the very beginning we need to define and say this is the position the cultist is at. So, because what you don't want to do is be within that sphere, have the cultist attack you, and then say that you run around him doing circles, and then you leave that trigger, the cultist could be facing the wall, and it would look stupid. So we want to make sure that he returns to his position if the player leaves the sphere. So this is why we're adding in get position. And the get position, that should do no, we want to get the rotation as well, don't we? So the rotation is quaternion. So you get the position and rotation of this. Would that be right? So vector frees the position. What about a variable for quaternion? There we go. So we're going to get the position and rotation of the cultist, and then we're going to set the starting position variable to that, and then we're going to set the rotation as well to that. Okay. So we're defining that at the start. We're saying it's not hostile. We are getting its starting position and rotation. And then if the player is within sight range, register boolean as player seen. And then what we want to do is we want to get the players. Hold on. We want to get that. So on event enter, on trigger enter, hold on a second. I want to have, actually, on trigger stay. Let me just check. Trigger enter, exit, custom. Do you remember it took us 3 hours, Awen, with that bloody skeleton hitbox? Madness. Okay. So what we're going to say, if the player stays in the trigger, we want to do this. If the player leaves, you want to on trigger enter, we say the player's sighted. On trigger exit, not sighted. And then we turn them back to their original position. Yeah. So set the position and rotation to whatever their starting position was. Okay, so now we're going to do the bit for the player staying in the trigger. So we're saying if the player stays in the trigger, we get the position and rotation of Oh no, hold on. It's just the rotate. Oh, how do we get them to face? We need to set the rotation to face the... Isn't there a thing for face? Face towards. Look towards. Basically, if the player stays in the trigger, I want to get the position of the player, and I think it's just the position we need. I basically want the cultists to look towards the player. So I guess, and then let's test it, shall we? Oh, dude. Oh, fuck. So, look, if I come over here and leave the trigger, can you see that? Obviously, he's not just going to do that. There's going to be the animation of him attacking. So, that is... that does the job. You see what I was saying about... Dude, you need to look up Viva La Dirt League. If you haven't seen them already, Viva La Dirt League will make you wet yourself with laughter. They are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. They do a load of Skyrim style memes and stuff. Okay, so we've got them looking at the player. When they enter the trigger. Now what we need to do is add in... right, I think we need to create a prefab. So that works really well. So that faces the player, and then we want to do the attack sequence. Okay, so let's first look at the projectiles that I've got. I think it was it this one? What are we going to go? We're going to go for blood magic. No, I don't think it was this one. Portal effect. No, I think it was... Oh my god, which one? That's sound effects. Maybe it was this one. Here we go. Now, I've got snow. And I've got ice sound effects over here. If I just pause the music, you can hear them. You hear that? So we got the sound. It would make sense to go for ice. Ooh, poison! They're meant to be cultists of dark magic, so... I'm feeling the red ice, because that's ice, but it looks demonic. So, fire, snow, red. And then we could have, like, Athelstan. Or maybe we could have Athelstan as the red, and we could have the cultists as purple. That would be good, wouldn't it? So, what we're going to have to do is... What's that one? That's purple. Okay, so we're going to go purple. What we need to do is add a... What we'd want to do is rotate it on the X. How are we going to do this? Hold on. If I... Sorry. Is that the Z? Let's do the Z on 90. I don't even think... I was thinking of adding a sphere on the end of it. You know, like... So you'd have like a little... Well, you could see like a... a distinct fireball. I am so sorry about my throat clearing, guys. It's really not good. I mean, can I add a 3D object, a sphere? It feels like that needs to go back. On the... what is that? Oh, it's on the Y. What? That looks good. And then if we copy... where's the hex code for that? How can I change the color of the sphere? Material, okay. I've used the color of the pumpkin fruit there. We want to make this kind of Why has it got that? It's got a bit of grayness to it. Why has it got that grayness to it? You see around the edge, it's got that. I don't want to change that material. Oh, for fuck's sake, why did I click that? Why did I... Bugger off. Didn't want to open that. Light reflections. Oh. Hold on, how's that just gone pink? Because it's not got a material in there. Has it adapted? Has it just basically... Oh. Let's just go for that. Oh, we got the candle flame. That'll be a good one. We'll just go for that. It's simple. It looks like a bowl and a magic spell. Okay, so this is VFX Fire Snow Purple. So I kind of want to rename that and just call it Cultist Spell Orb. I'm going to call it Orb. Cultist Orb. Okay. So let's go to this. And then if I go to my project here, I can go on the hazard, no, traps, magic, trap magic, look at the code, spawn projectile. So we instantiate object to spawn, get the position of, right, okay, component instantiate. Object to spawn. Game object. Cultist. Hold on. It's prefab. Surely I can... Hold on, I'm going to move that on up there. There we go. Cultist. Why was that not showing up in the search? What a load of nonsense. Oh. Right, so... the orb. Right, look at the player. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to do something here. We want to say only have one projectile at a time. If we're staying in the trigger, this is, I'm assuming, going to be frame by frame. It's going to be similar to the on update node, right? So if we had a check to say, we need to have a limit. I'm pretty sure I did it on this one. What happens at the end? Oh, it destroyed. Oh, I remember. I had a trigger. No, I had something to... Yeah, I had a trigger and it said if anything hits it, destroys it. So that's how I destroyed those projectiles, I remember. Okay. Right, so we're going to instantiate component, game object instantiate. Clones the object original, no. Want to clones the object, no. It's a cult, you get a similar, I mean, you join by saying the or. What? I don't get that. Instantiate component. Instantiate. Can I copy that? No. It's not that one. I think it's that one. Original, so original pos rotate parent. Original pos rotate parent. No parent. Okay. Okay. Original, so the object to spawn plugs into original. Object to spawn plugs into original. And then what we're going to want to do, the position it spawns at needs to be, the position. Oh, if we got the hand. Oh. You want to get the hand, don't you? I'll look that up later, dude. When I finish streaming. Oh my god. I need more milk in that coffee. That's way too strong. Right, the rotation should be. It needs to look at the player. So we're spawning it. The position. I wonder, is there a way that we can get this? Here we go. I want to get the spine. Hold on. I'm going to put in cultist hand. You know what would be a good idea is if I bring in the... Oh, here we go. The right hand. I've got a feeling this would be better as a Unity event in the animation, guys. I feel like this would be better as a Unity event instead of... Yeah. Right, so the hand. There we go. So we're getting the hand, head, shoulders, knees and toes. So we're getting the position of the hand, the rotation, I mean, rotation. The rotation, well that should be, oh my god, what are we going to plug in there? It needs to basically face the player. So what we'll probably do, guys, with this, the instantiate, we would have this on the animation, so I could turn that off, because on the trigger stay, this is going to make the cultist look at the player. This will most likely need to be in the animation event for the cultist attacking. So how are we gonna, it's like it needs to look towards that. How are we gonna, the rotation of it? Well, I mean, it's gonna face, god damn. Cultist orb. See, that's really annoying. Why is it the game object references the cultist orb, yet I get the cultist idol, which is a load of BS. I guess you get the rotation of the monk. Get rotation of this, which is the cultist. I guess we'll just do that. So we're saying, ooh. Right. On event trigger stay, look at the player. And then we need to say, if player is sighted, we want to set them to attacking. That's the speed, isn't it? Component instantiate. Oh, this is tricky. How do I want this combat to go? I want them to cast a magic attack towards the player. I think if I made it heat-seeking, it might be a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit unfair. So I'm thinking, okay, what if we just got them to spawn the magic and then I'm going to ask AI on this one. The player's transform, the movement speed of the spell, and is seeking. When the enemy casts the spell, instantiate the object, done that. Assign the player's transform to the target variable. Seeking behavior, use a update or fixed update event. Okay. So the target player's transform. The target is that. Speed is a float. I'm going to go with what AI is suggesting here. Set up the spell. When the enemy casts the spell, instantiate the object. Well, we know we're going to do this as a Unity event. When the enemy casts the spell, instantiate it, yeah. Assign the player's transform to the target variable. Use an update. On update. Use a update while is seeking. Hmm. Just reading, guys, 1 second. So this is going to be the Unity event. Cultist spell. So the Unity event cultist spell will say is seeking true. And then we'll spawn the projectile at the hand of the cultist. God damn. I need to add some more milk to this coffee, guys. Oh, Jesus. Give me 1 sec. Oh man, I put way too much coffee in that. Okay. Cultist spell is seeking true. Set target. Right, on cast spell. Jesus Christ. Right. Set target. Oh, we need to add a thing as well, guys. Oh my god, where was it? I'll just say that's a trigger. That was easy. Right, if seeking is true, if seeking is true, direction, transform direction maybe? Transform of that transform direction, so the transform of that, the direction is the target position and the spell's position. Target position minus the spell's position. Right, okay. So we need to get position of that, and then the target position so the direction is the target position, this being the target position minus the spell's position, and then we need to normalize. We normalize. No, is that right? Normalize. Right. So sorry. This is the direction, the target's position minus the spell position, and then we normalize that to get normalized direction. Transform direction. Transform direction. So would this go here? Move offset. Oh my god. Let's just see if that functions so far. Just test it. It's probably going to create a load. Oh, it's because I've not put that in. It's gonna spawn one. Oh, hold on. Cannot convert from game object to Unity Vector 3. Cannot convert from... Oh, I wonder if that's... Right, okay. That's probably why we were getting that error. Oh my god, my throat. I do apologise. Oh, what the... Whoa! Shit! Shit, shit, shit! Whoa! Oh my god, it was spawning one every frame. Jesus! Right, okay, I think what we need to do then is... Jesus Christ. Right. Right, what we need to do is we need to set up... Oh my god. We need to set up this. Cultist spell. I guess you want to say cultist spell. You spawn that. Right, we need to get the animation in. Let's get in the attack animation for the character, and then we can add the ball for attacking. On trigger state, so is casting. On trigger state, we say they are casting. On trigger exit, we're gonna say they're not casting. So then we need to, right, let's do this. Character NPC cultist. We're gonna go into the attack. Control D. It's not set to loop. We're gonna go into the animation for the cultist. Save the project, of course. And characters, NPC, cultist attack. I'm gonna call this, yeah, just attack. Or I'm gonna call it casting. So the Boolean is gonna be is casting. Is casting is currently false. So to go from idle to casting, no exit time, and the condition is that is casting is true. We're gonna give is oh. Oh, actually, I'll just say is casting false. So from idle to casting, there's no exit time, and they will go from idle to casting if is casting true. And then to go back from casting to idle, it's just if they're not casting. Oh my god. So much to do here. Right, so if the player leaves the trigger zone, we say we're not casting in the animator, and we're not doing it there. On trigger stay, we say the casting, and we're doing that. This code's getting quite full on, guys. Welcome to the stream. Right, on trigger enter with the instantiated spell, we turn off seeking, deal damage, and then destroy no. Destroy that. Okay, the reason I've not connected those is because we need to handle damage to the player in this section here. So when we enter the trigger, we say we're sighted. On trigger stay, look at, and then we say that we're casting, and then we go to the casting animation, and then this section here, this event is on trigger enter. Hold on a minute. No. No, that's not what happens. On trigger enter with the player, thank you. Naughty. There we go. Why did I not have an if there? set that, yeah. On trigger stay sighted, leave, they're not sighted. Return to position, say they're not casting. On trigger stay, if the player stays in a trigger, then the cultist looks at the character and does the casting animation. And then all of this is to do with the spell. So we now need to call that custom event at the point. Let's just analyze this code. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be calling this custom event in the animation as an animation event. We're going to say seeking is true. We're going to spawn a magic projectile. That should appear in the cultist's hand. And then we're saying if seeking is true, that the projectile moves. We've not created the thing, so it should spawn. And it should only spawn once every time the cultist casts. But we're saying if the player enters the trigger on the orb, we turn off seeking. We need to deal the damage here, and we destroy the object. So I could just plug that in and then handle dealing damage afterwards. So this section here needs to handle the movement. So let's plug in this ability. So cultist spell. I'm going to copy that. We're going to go into the ribbit. Where is it? Is casting. Is casting. Is casting. Casting. So cultist attack. Cultist attack. Cultist attack. That's the point. Unity event. Boom. I guess we now give this a go and see if it works. I don't think the orb's gonna move correctly because I feel like there's still needs something doing here. But if we can at least get it to just spawn, it's gonna be interesting. Let's give it a test. And it should only spawn it one time. What the fuck? What? Why is it so big? It's enormous. Why was it so big? I'm going to scale that down to... That's enormous, dude. That was ridiculous. Why was that so big? What the fuck? It's spawning multiple. Holy shit. Set the sky. No. Maybe if I remove the parent. Wait, why am I... Why have I now got... Oh, it needs to have a parent. Hold on. That didn't have a parent. Why is it spawning so many? It should only be doing that the once. It's never easy, is it? Right, I can't see it. That's a lot better size. Oh my god, dude. That's a good size, but... Why is this spawning so many? I need to have a limit to say... we need to have a restriction to say... I don't understand why that is spawning so many times. I've only instantiated this the once in the cultist spell. Why is it spawning more than once? It shouldn't be spawning more than once. It spawned on the hand. The rotation of it. The rotation. That needs to be the rotation of player character. We need to look at... Yeah, that's literally the only time, dude. This is the code for the... There isn't any code. There isn't any code on the orb. What I can do is I can put in a cap to say... I can put in a cap. Orb exists is 0, right? And what we can do is we can say, get that. If equals zero, if orb exists equals 0 is true, pardon me, then we're gonna say spawn is seeking. We're gonna instantiate, and after we've instantiated, we need to set that to 1. We set that to 1, and then when it's destroyed, we set that to 0. So the restriction there on the spawn amount is, does an orb exist? If it's 0, then we will spawn one, and directly after we will change the orb exists to 1, which will stop it doing every bit of code afterwards. And then it will deal, when it's destroyed, it will do that. I trigger it and watch the graph. Let's give this a go. Are you fucking serious, bro? Why are you spawning so many? He's not attacking. Dude, he's spawned. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck, dude? I don't know, dude. It's not even, it's not on the cultist. Like, this is the only code. This is the only code that handles the spawning. That is it, dude. There is nowhere else that is I wonder if it's this. Well, let's look at the code. When we enter the trigger, we say we're sighted. When we're not, we do that. There is nothing on his hand. There is nothing on the character. It should only be instantiated I know. Oh, well, look, it's there. But this event is only getting triggered within the animation. On the attack. Right there. Cultist spell. So how the fuck is that? How is that? How is that even happening? Like on the animation, it's on the attack frame 29, I think. We cast the spell. Why is it in his hand? What the fuck? How is that possible? Look at this. Look on the hierarchy. It's not there. What the fuck, dude? Dude, this is literally the only graph. How is it's disconnected, dude? Mate, if that appears, that's so fucked up. How is that possible? How the fuck is that possible? How? How? Explain that to me. I had literally disconnected this. For the code to flow, that literally has to be plugged in. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm literally gobsmacked. Gobsmacked, dude. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, it's not there. Let's see if it spawns when I enter the trigger. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I need to have him looping for the attacking. So we need a rotation. The rotation would be... It'll be 0, 0, 90. That was so weird. Good boy, there we go. That's more like it, mate. Oh, dude, it feels like a Dark Souls encounter. Right, so they're facing down, so we need to then set the rotation. That's working, though. Please tell me you're as gobsmacked as I am as to why that was spawning millions. Yeah, really weird. Like, I didn't even connect the spawning to there. I literally just wanted... I don't know, dude. Right, so it's working, but what we need to do is we need to get it to move towards... Well, hold on a minute. Because it's almost like up here, maybe it would be better if we stayed in the trigger and not on the update. So if we stay in the trigger, if we move this up to there, instead of this, because what I want to say is if the player enters that, I don't know why I've still got that seeking nonsense. Is seeking. So we spawned the spell, that works, but we need to get it to move. Right, let me go back to the code on this, on update per frame. True. What we need to do is somehow, it's almost like we need to have a custom event and say, oh, fucking hell. Reconnecting the update node. Yes, I know. What we need to do is just, oh mate. We need to get this to move whilst it's alive. So we've spawned it correctly. Okay, hold on. Let's just see if we can get this to happen. So we want to get this to look at that. Let's see if that works. If we can get the orb to look at the player. We're going to do this in baby steps. That's true. That's true. If I had a graph on the orb, yeah, that would be better. Because then it would only, well, on update, it wouldn't be instantiating. It would be just moving towards. Oh my fucking god. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that is creating multiple. Okay. Let's get rid of that. This is essentially functioning as a on update if you stay in the trigger. Right, so... Oh my god, dude. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Instead of having cultists control the fireball can decide where it needs to be by subtracting where it has been from where it is. That way the fireball always knows where the fireball should be. Hold on a minute, let me read that. Right, let's get rid of this is seeking variable. I'm going to get rid of that. Right. So this, as it works, okay. So we need to do a script graph for the fireball. I feel like I want to move it out of there because I'm having to dig through things here. I'm gonna create a folder called projectiles. And I'm gonna pull that and put that in projectiles. There we go. Right, add a because that is a child, so if I add a script machine I'm gonna call this cultist orb. Right. Let's just test that works. The guided missile video. So it's facing down at the moment, so we do need to fix that because in there, it's on Z90, so Z90, the rotation. We want it to be on 90. 90, 90, 90. Instantiate 90. Quaternion. $90. Oh my god. What is the W? What's the W? Let's just see if that now is orientated. Why are they facing down? I don't know why it's not rotating. Rotate the emitter instead of the object. Uh, 90. But if I plug in the quaternion of it won't let me instantiate it if I don't put in a rotation, dude. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Look at me. It's... it's at 90 degrees to my position. Look, it's literally 90 degrees to me, so I need to, what do I need to do? Rotate that. Oh fuck. No. On the Z. No, it'd be on the Y, wouldn't it? We'll get there, dude. We'll get there. Oh my god. Oh! $90 on the X. Minus 90. We'll get there, dude. Welcome to the stream. There we go. Well done, dude. Okay. Right, now what we need to do is get them to move. Right, we're making progress. Progress. Okay. On event trigger with that, that is going to be handling... We don't even need orb exist. Is casting speed. We'll get rid of speed. Cultist hand, we'll keep that. And... Oh, I love this tune. This is the one that I love, dude. Is hostile, player sighted. Object spawn, cultist hand. Is casting. Those variables remain. Cultist idle. Cultist ref. Right, okay, that's all good. All that stuff is good. It's this bit needs to go in for the destruction, and then this bit is meant to handle. Should we just get the move towards and see how that works? Would that work? Oh, hold on. That's the speed, isn't it? Wait, wouldn't we need to create a vector? We'd need to create a vector, wouldn't we? You want to rotate an object, so... Right, okay. I, Let's just see if that works. I don't know if it's going to work. Right, so we've got the look at. Get the transform of the orb. Get the transform of the player. Subtract the orb position. Subtract that. Let's see if that works. Wow, been going 4 hours. Jesus.
I'm a grease.
Why are you not moving? Why is it not moving? And why is the music stopped? And why am I getting adverts? YouTube, you're becoming a pain in the perennial. Oh, set position. Oh, you bellend. I think that's why. Oh my god. Don't tell me that was all that I needed. Don't do that to me. Don't do it to me, baby. Yeah. They're not even there. Or were they? Let's see if it spawns on a hierarchy. It is spawning it, but it's not there. Ah. Subtract player position minus orb position. I think that's why it wasn't moving. I feel we're getting very close. What the f— Dude, I'm over here. Why are you shooting that way? Why is it going over there? Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god. Maybe it doesn't need that. Oh. Let's undo that. And just see if that works. Instead of that normalized nonsense, that seemed to just go crazy. Check my sugars, guys. Oh no. Oh, I need to put a new sensor in. One sec, guys. Sorry, my diabetic sensor has expired. Let me just insert my cybernetic enhancement. Oh, well, that's going to be a bleeder. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, that's going to be a bleeder. I felt that one. It looks like Samsung has finally sorted out the update. I had an issue with my sensor when there was like a recent software update. And it seemed to mess up the NFC scanning. And that's what the diabetic sensor works on. So, looks like they've sorted that. Right, is it going to work now? Oh. Okay, that is really fast. Holy cow. Okay, so what I want to do is I don't want it going to his feet, but that is working. So what we're going to do, we're going to, first off, we're going to make that bigger. We're going to go 0.4. And I don't know why AI suggested the normalized thing. That just messed it all up. So get the position of the player. So it's on the y-axis. So move towards. We're gonna have to create a free vector 3. Create vector 3. So get position of player target. Right, so because we want it to go for their like chest, we don't want it to go to their kind of foot. So we're gonna get X, get Z, get Z. The Z will go in there. No, hold on. No, the Y. I'm getting confused because Blender, the Z is the vertical axis. That's really, yeah, it's really annoying that they can't just keep consistency. Right, so we're gonna get the Y, and move that down. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that up there, plug that in there, and that in there, and that will go in there, and then that will go across there, and then we're gonna add scalar. Add 1. See how that works. And the speed of it was so fast, so I'm gonna do not 0.1, I'm gonna do 0.05. Or else the player's gonna get their ass whooped. Because that's quite a fast ball of magic. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Perfect. It's kind of not giving the animation enough time to you know what would be cool is if you could like try and like deflect them. Now you've got to think, there's going to be 3 magic casters here. So... That's pretty cool. Why does the sphere look like it's gone up? Why was the sphere above? Okay. Right. What I want here is I only want it to move towards the player for I only want it to move towards the player for like a second. So like it heat seeks and then like it heat seeks for a second, and then after a second it will continue on a trajectory that doesn't follow the player. Okay, let's think about this. So we're moving towards, that's the position. Set that position. Set position as that. And then what we could do is store that position. So the current path will be whatever that is. So then how do we get it to go forward? The forward you said was the blue arrow points forward, so blue is Z. So then I guess timer 1 second, start a timer 1 second, on completed when the timer of 1 second is completed, I guess you would get the current path. Get position of this, which is the current position, and then the target position would be So basically we're saying after a second, stop following the player. Or else he's going to get absolutely slaughtered with 3 magic casters. So it follows the player, and then after a second it should stop following the player. You're meant to stop following me. I just realised. No. No rigid body. Why'd you ask? Why is it still following? I've got an idea. Right. What that should do, by default, is seeking is on. So when it appears, it will face the player and then move towards them. On start, we're doing a 1 second timer. After that 1 second timer, we turn the seeking off, which means this code will not flow. And then the projectile should follow in a direction at which point it stopped following the player. That should work. Let's see. I have a good feeling about this. I feel they... Okay, right, what we need to do is we need to shorten that timer then to say 0.5 and the speed I'm going to change to 0.2. But we need it to move. How do we get it to move onwards? So when it stops chasing the player, we need it to keep moving in that direction at which it stops moving. Or maybe we can just do another timer. Because I don't want the orbs to stay alive. I want them to destroy. Let's see if that works. Oh, feeling tired. What have we done so far? We've got the animation in for the healing. What was the other thing we did? Whoa. little bit stumped here. I want it to move. I want it to keep moving in the direction it stops following the player. So the new position is the old position. Christ. Would you not just multiply the Z? You getting the forward wouldn't they get in the forward? I don't know what I'm doing here. It chases the player for 0.7 seconds, stops chasing them, and then there's a separate timer. It should continue on its trajectory, and then I'll destroy it. That's what I need to do. Come on, Mike. I don't even know if that's going to work. This could go terribly wrong. For fuck's sake. Why am I struggling with this? Oh, this is so frustrating. I need to move on from this. Oh, no idea if that's gonna work. Welcome to the stream. Fuck's sake. Oh, it's giving me a headache.
With
Old position is the current position of the orb at the start of your frame update. Each frame, get the current position and store it. That's what we're doing. Maybe that should be going in there. All I want the orb to do is just stop tracking the player after a while, and then I'm going to destroy it. We can get it to deal damage to the player. It's just disappearing. Like, I don't know if the code's wrong. What am I doing wrong there? Welcome to the stream, guys. This is so frustrating. Like, the combat, it works well, but I want it to carry on the trajectory but stop tracking the player. That's what this time is meant to do. But it's just completely disappearing. It's going somewhere else. The current path is basically the target of the player. I mean, surely that would just be current position and not Do I need to create a vector 3? I feel like crying. I'm just like, this is the last little bit. The last little bit of just letting the projectile tail off and then get destroyed. That's all I want to happen. I've got it tracking the player. And then I just need it to just continue its trajectory and then destroy. But it's just completely disappearing. I mean, that old position is basically, that is its current position. I don't feel like that node is relevant. Adding the current position to its target path. Just seems wrong. Current position and its current path. Let's see if that does the job. I'm not sure if I need to plug that in. I don't think I do, because that would be the vector 3. I'm not sure. if I don't get this sorted, the combat's going to be screwed for this encounter, and this is the very end of the game. It needs to tail off. It must be like being propelled somewhere. Can we not just do an add? Why does it have to be multiply? Set position. I'm not sure if you know where I'm going wrong, Awen. So, we know that this code here gets the orb to follow the player, and it works really nicely. And I've got the orb to stop following the player after this timer. At which point we have a second timer, which is basically what I want to happen is the projectile will stop following the player, but it will continue on the trajectory as if the player was still there, and it should keep going in that direction. That's what I'm trying to do. I hope that sounds really simple. I'm just struggling with the nodes and how to get it to do that. Like, where we're moving towards the player, I've got that stored as the current path, aka the target path. So I'm just like, I'm really struggling with this bit. I'm just I just need the projectile to... This bit here works as in it stops tracking the player. But I need it for this timer. I need it to keep going in the direction as if the last spot of the player, which is here, the current path, I need it to keep going towards that point, but onwards, as in that direction. I don't know if it's the forward direction I need. Is it this one? Would that do it? Does that seem right? Welcome to the stream, Pickle. Thank you for your comment. Let me just read it. So, right, Dill, if I just explain what I'm trying to do. So visual scripting is it's like the blueprints in the Unreal Engine. What I have a heat-seeking magic attack, and it moves towards the player nicely. At the end of the code, I'm storing the target path, which is the player's position. After this timer, it stops tracking the player, and what I want it to do is continue on the trajectory as if it was heading towards the player's last position, which is the current path. To get a direction between 2 points in code, it would be something like vector 3 minus vector 3 and normalise it, and give it the direction. Vector 3. Okay, alright, let me just... Vector 3 direction equals target position minus stop position. How would you translate that into script graphs? No idea. Let me just try and interpret what you've said. just bear with me. It's I'm fairly good with these visual scripting. Yeah, it's just right. Let me just read what you said. Vector 3 direction is target position minus the start position normalized. Okay, alright, let's do that. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. If I get rid of the speed variable as well. Right. Subtracting the orb's transform position. So that's going to be getting the position of the orb at the moment. Subtracting the orb's transform and the target location. The target location is the current path. So we subtract that and then normalize. Why is there a 1? I've not seen that before. Makes this vector have a magnitude of 1. So the start position would be the orb at the current position in time, and then target is your player position at that point in time, but don't timer it because it will always grab it. You want it to happen once. So what if I just did when the timer was started then? Well, I've subtracted the... This is subtracting the current path from... Sorry. This is subtracting the target destination, which was the player's last point, from the position of the orb. And then we're normalizing it. The reason for this timer, Pickle, is because at the end of it, I'm going to destroy the orb. So for half a second, the orb is going to continue on that destination, which I think it would be on tick. So if I'm normalizing it, let's just see what happens. Thank you for the input though, Pickle, I appreciate that. Any help is really appreciated. I'm struggling a tiny bit with this. Once I've got this bit sorted, I can put in the damaging cultist health bar and everything else. Okay. Right. Cannot be fetched. The value of output of set variable cannot be fetched dynamically. It must be assigned. Set position of this. Value of set variable. Set variable where? Position. Do I need to create a vector? Do I need to create a vector 3? Is that why? Oh my god, I feel like a bloody amateur. I do apologise, guys. End of the first timer or start this. End of the first timer or start of the second. The thing is, it needs to happen like this node. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna. It's like it needs to happen on update almost. That's why I've put it on tick, so that during the timer, it's, I think, kind of functioning as on update almost. That's not right, is it? What if? Hold on. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do, Pickle. The completed part of this timer will destroy it. Let's see if that... I have no idea if that's going to work. I appreciate the input though, guys. Oh, for fuck's sake. The value of output on set variable cannot be fetched dynamically. What? What one is that on about? Current path. I'm not sure what that is. Set variable. Set variable. It's not going to be that one. Uh, Why don't I just have it off the false? This stops it chasing the player. If I just have it coming off of the false. Create vector 3. I mean, technically there's... The is seeking, right, that's the kind of heat seeking boolean. So when this is first spawned, it will follow the player. This timer here, after that time has elapsed, it stops heat seeking the player. This second timer is just for the duration of it continue on its trajectory. Okay. sorry about this, guys. I know it's probably quite frustrating just watching and I'm not an expert, but I'm always learning. Yeah, I'm getting that error at the bottom there. Why am I getting that error? I'm just going to turn that off. I'm wondering if it's... I've got a feeling it's that. Let me just see if we still get that error. The other option is that I don't get it to heat seek the player and I just get it to go in a straight direction. That would avoid all this. Oh, thanks for your patience, Dill. I mean, maybe I'm overcomplicating the combat. I just thought it would be cool to have a projectile that initially heat seeks the player, and then after, you know, a half second, it then stops the heat seeking. It's, you know, I've come across that loads in games. Move towards, set the position. Get the position of the player, move towards the player, look at the player, get the position, create the vector, move towards the player. So I don't get the error, so in here, I feel like I want to fix this. It's... Stops following the player after that time. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. That there's barely any tutorials for visual scripting on Unity. It really is quite tricky when it comes to like Unreal blueprints. No problem finding stuff for that. No problem at all. But with Unity's visual scripting, there is literally nothing online, and if you do find something, it generally starts out looking like it's gonna help you with visual scripting, and then it just dives straight into C#, which is no use to me. I'm just gonna post this into chat. This is what AI has suggested. But that seems... I don't know if that's right or wrong. I tried that earlier and it just completely disappeared when I attempted that. I mean, this variable here, the current path, oh, for God's sake. So it's the current position of the orb minus the target. Normalize. Move towards. But it needs to keep going past that point. I think that's why it's stopping. It's like you need to keep adding to it. Subtract the current position, do that, normalize. It's like you need to add. Or times, multiply. Maybe? I'm not sure. Target. No, that can't be right. Current position is there. It's getting the current position of the orb, and it's moving to the target, which is the normalized vector from the current position of the orb minus the target destination. I mean, I have no idea if that's going to work. I don't know what that's going to do. I'm just trying anything now. This is like the last bit of the game, so it's like I want this to just work how I want it to work. Oh, you Shitbag. You just don't want to go, do you? Is it because it's started? Because that's the point it stops. I'm going to plug it into tick and see if that sorts it. Because I wasn't getting any error codes then. Dude. Dude. I'm so close. I can feel it. Maybe it's the move towards. I'll tell you what. Let's do the destroy. Orb exists. We don't need that. Oh shit, what did I just do there? Let's just check if that... You naughty little orbs. Naughty, naughty little orbs. Why are you not destroying? Oh. Why did I not have that plugged in? Fuck. Why was that not connected? Oh my god. Oh, what happened there? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, we've got an improvement. We've got an improvement. Oh, is this... This feels like an improvement. Something's... That feels like it's... It's going to the left. Why are you going over there? Why are you not destroying? Oh, because I didn't do that. Right, okay. Apologies. Right, so why is it going to the left? Why is it going to the left and why is it not? That's an improvement. That's something. That's definitely a step forward in the right direction. Pun intended with the vectors. Oh my god! I did a pun! That was brilliant. Oh. So, if I keep... it's going in... it's going over there. Why are you going that way? Is it the normalizing that's doing that? Oh, I feel we're close on the precipice. Is it the normalize? Get the position minus... Get the position of the orb, subtract the current path, normalize it. That is working though, we're destroying it. I'm not getting any error codes. Returns a normalized vector based on the given vector. Normalized vector has a magnitude of 1 and is in the same direction as the given vector. Returns a 0 vector if the given vector is too small to be normalized. Right, move towards. Is it the normalized that's kind of... AI did mention something about timesing it by speed and then timesing it by delta time. If I just add in a speed variable and just see if this does anything. If I set it to, I don't know, 2. I don't know if this is going to help, but anything's worth a try at the moment. I'm not sure if this will work, but... Oh. Fingers crossed, guys. You're still going in that direction, aren't you? You're still going towards the door. Would it not be something as simple as just... It's going that direction. God damn it. I'm going to see if the normalizing, removing the normalizing works. I don't know if it will or not. Still doesn't change it, it's still... What about if I got the forward-facing direction from the player? I don't know what this is gonna do. If it's not gonna work, I'm just gonna keep it as it was. You still want to go that way, don't you? Oh, for fuck's sake, I feel like giving up on this now. I've had enough. Oh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea that will completely just change this. Instead of moving it on tick, why don't I just set the scale of I can make it kind of get bigger. So it would stop, but then it would kind of elapsed. Why have I got this? Let's get rid of that speed nonsense. So on tick, if I just Jesus Christ, where is the scale? If we go to, so it's the scale, because that way it avoids all this heat-seeking nonsense. It tracks the player, but after a short while, I could just have it slowly expand in size. Because if you, that would increase the well, the overall effect. Or sphere. Increase the scale, so it's 0.4, so get transform scale. 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 Uh, I don't know what that's going to do. Let's just see. I know I should probably move the player character down to the dungeon to save this time as well. You know what? I'm going to do that because it is winding me up. Just going to jot down these positions. What the fuck? Why are you... What? Dude. I've literally copied the position of the cultist. Where the fuck is the player? Why are you over there? You gotta think, there's gonna be 3 magic casters here. Oh my god. Sorry about this, guys. Welcome to the stream, Genesis. Is it really? Wow. I get the impression it's not that popular. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna bloody give up on this. Oh my god. I've spent so long trying to get this bloody thing. You know what? You know what we're gonna do? Oh, for... I'm just gonna stop doing that whole... what I was trying to do. I've wasted too much time trying to sort that. I appreciate everyone's help with trying to get that. I'm just going to keep it short and simple. I'm going to make it chase the player though. For I'm sorry about the throat, guys. My throat got really burnt last night with acid, so I had a bit of Bailey's. Don't know if you guys are familiar with the drink, if it's a British drink or I don't know. I had a bit too much before bed and it messed up my acid, so I've, yeah, just a burnt throat. Okay, we're just going to go with this, guys. I'm going to just keep it like that. The orb disappears. The player can kind of outrun it. I'm really gutted that I couldn't sort that out, and I appreciate everyone's input in trying to help with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to just put in the other cultist and just see how the magic fares with two of them. Oh my god! Oh my god, I haven't even got Athelstan doing his magic yet. I mean, the player can outrun him, and the player does have a healing ability. Maybe if I had the damage of the cultists as like a smaller amount, and maybe Athelstan could be more. Okay, right, I think what we need to do is what do we need to do? I'm happy with their casting. Well, I mean, I'm fairly happy with it. Right, what are we doing, Mike? What are we doing, mate? We are going to add in... We're going to get rid of the cultist that we just duplicated. We've got the cultist here. We need to give them a health bar. The skeletons... How much health did the skeletons have? 1. 1 was their health, and the player dealt 50% damage to them. Okay, and then if I go into the skeleton hitbox, receive damage, custom event, and the skeleton reference. Receive damage, so Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to add in the damage received to the player from the fireball. So what we're going to do is go into the skeleton hitbox, which is here. Let me just quickly check that fireball one more time. So after 8 seconds, destroy it. Chases the player. So we need to have something in here to say on collision hit. And then update the health bar. Global health, scene variables, yeah. Player character. On trigger enter. So on trigger enter. Hold on a minute. Get the... So if the player hits the collider, get the component in the parent. The parent being... do I need... Hold on a minute. Well, it would be the parent. If the mage, if the cultist is the one spawning, instantiating the fireball, it should be the parent. So we need to say... casting. No. No, because this isn't the attack. It's literally just going to be get the tag of the player. If that's true, deal damage. 10%. Get current animated state. If it's true, set trigger. False. Right, got ya. Okay. Set the game object of that. Deals damage, delay, prevents. Set game object. Right. Okay. Alright, we're going to put this code onto the fireball. I'm just going to copy the whole code. We're going to go into the fireball. And just paste this down there. Right, so we're just going to say, so... Oh my god, dude, there are so many windows. Right, cultist orb. And the trigger is the sphere collider. So we are checking if the player enters the trigger. We don't need to check that or that. So if the player is the one getting hit by the fireball is true, we'll deal damage. I'm going to deal that as not 10%, I've got to go 5%. Because there's going to be 2 of these casting plus Athelstan. I don't want it to be too harsh on the player. Deal damage to the global health. Get the animated state of the player. Are they hit? If they're not, then we say they are. And we don't need to hide the game object because that's not what's going to happen. It's actually going to destroy. So let's do that. We're going to get rid of that one and paste that there. And the hit has the sound effect in there already under the animation event, so that's all good. Right, let's see if that works. There we go. I wonder if that's because... the trigger is on... it's on the sphere. It's not the trigger of that, it's the trigger of the child. Is that a co-routine? Why is that? That doesn't need to be a co-routine. There's no weight. Oh my god, how am I going to do this? Right, I'm going to have to pull this graph up there. Go on that. That's where the sphere collider is, child trigger on there. Right, let's see if that works now. Now that I think that's why it wasn't triggering, because the trigger is on the child, so that should now work. Let's test it. There we go. You little bastard. Okay, I think I'm going to slow down the speed of that because that is a fast little bugger, that is. I'm going to put it down to, I think, 3. A weird option. Oh, I'll be interested to hear what that is, dude. What method did you use? It's doable. It'll be a hard fight, but it's not meant to be easy. Oh, hold on a minute. Rigid body and add force on transform forward. You only need to tell it to stop looking at the player. Is that gonna in some way affect adding a rigid body? What's that gonna do? Is that gonna mess up anything I've already got on there? Because at the moment all I've got is a sphere collider and the script, that's it. If you turn off gravity, do I need it to be kinematic? Alright, so you're saying add a rigid body and then it's not going to look at the player anyway, dude, because once is seeking is off, it won't look at the player. I would prefer it if I could have it go off in a different direction. You were going insane as well. I'm sorry I've driven you to insanity, dude. No, I mean, the combat feels good, but ideally, I do want it to tail off. Like, I only wanted like a split second of following the player and then going off in its own direction. So, add force on transform forward. This one? So what do? Just plug in the... Do I get the forward vector and plug it into the force? Get transform forward as the force. Oh. That one? Okay. I forgot what I was doing now. That is good, but did you notice the speed slows down? Why is it falling down? Freeze the rigid body rotation when the timer starts. Why's the music stopped? Oh, YouTube, the bane of my life. Freeze the rigid body. What? Freeze the rigid body rotation. I've never used that node before. Oh, fudge. Set constraints. Why is it falling down? It like stops. Well, on here, I added 1 to the Y. That's a vector 3. Oh. I just wonder why it's slowing down. Did that even work? Freezing the rotation there? I didn't even notice if it... Gravity's off, yeah. But you see here, where I'm setting the fireball to chase the player, I added 1 to the Y so that it aimed for the player's chest. Master point 1. God damn. weird, isn't it? It like aims for his feet. I like that it kind of... We need it to go up. How can I split the forward? Turns the normalized vector. Fuck. I need to add one. Yeah, but dude, the look at node isn't the look at node isn't happening. After here, that look at node doesn't happen. That code doesn't follow through. It stops. It stops doing that at this point. After the timer at the beginning of the fireball being created, it stops looking at. So is there a way I can split the get forward and add 1 to the Y? Add force. Oh. Oh. Let's just quickly see if this works. It's 3.5. That works quite well, doesn't it? That feels fairly balanced. Depending on the distance, it can go up. But that's fairly consistent, 0.3. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Thank you, Awen. That's an improvement. We'll leave that like that then. I forgot what I was doing. What was I doing? Wasn't I doing the damage? Right, hold on. Right, we've got the player taking damage. Right, we need to give... Oh, God. Right, the player's taking damage from the magic. That's great. What we need to do is give the priest guy a health bar. Pardon me. God. I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy that. And then if I just go into the health bar and rename it. Because it's got the code on for the update skeleton. So I can swap out the code for cultist HP bar. And there's no variables on it, so yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, let's just copy that. We don't have the trigger hit yet on... Hold on a minute. The cultist does... He's got... Oh, I remember. Yeah, because the sphere collider is the sense. Yeah, it works good, dude. Thank you for that. It's almost perfect. Almost. Depending on the distance to the cultist, the player is to the cultist. If you're really close, it works great. But if you're really far back, it goes at a slight upward angle, but it does pretty much what I'd like it to do. So thank you for playing around and discovering that. Right, let's copy the skeleton health bar. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to click on my cultist, and that is going to be just a child. No. Paste as child. Is that on there now? Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude. Copy. Paste as child. Right. Now what we need to do is rename this as Cultist Health Bar. Cultist HP bar. Cut list. Cultist. Jesus Christ. That's very true. That's very true, dude. Okay, update cultist health bar. So we've got the skeleton one attached, and then we've got that one. So we go on the skeleton one, and we will remove that component. So cultist health bar is here. We've renamed it there. We've copied the thing there, and it's going to display the same as the skeleton health bar. Cultist HP bar. Okay, so what we need to do is go on our skeleton, check the variables. What's this doing? On start update. Skeleton, oh yeah. Skeleton roam. Position. Okay, right, so we're gonna need skeleton, so cultist HP, cultist max HP, and then the health bar, skeleton hitbox, that's the thing, right, okay. Receive damage, skeleton reference. Where's the hitbox? Skeleton hitbox. Where the what? Right, we're just gonna copy this because that's the bit we need. Cultist. Capsules on there. Trigger hit. That's the hit box. Okay. Right. Sorry guys, there's a few steps to do with this, just to make sure we do this correctly. So, oh my god, dude. Cultist idle. So the fireballs. Hold on. The fireballs are getting. Oh my god, the code. Hold on. Oh, that's for the fireball, isn't it? That's tracking the player. That is tracking and then destroying itself. Destroy objects. Destroy object. Yeah, sorry. Oh my god. Cultist. What was that for? On trigger enter, prepare to deal damage. Oh, I've already done that. Right, what am I doing? Start. Okay. We haven't given the cultist any life at the moment. But we've got the HP bar there. So cultist HP. Ooh. Cultist HP. Float. 1, I think, wasn't it? Skeleton HP, skeleton max HP, 1, 1, and then we've got the health bar. Oh my god, dude. Cultist HP, 1, and then cultist max HP, 1, and then the health bar, and then we get the health bar. Got ya. Okay, cool. Health bar, game objects. Sorry. Cultist health bar. Cultist health bar is there. And what did I just need to do? Ah, we need to go into the health bar, copy that, go up to there and plonk that in there. Bing bang bosh, Bob is your uncle. Get rid of the on start, and then we're gonna move this up here, and we're gonna make room to add this in. Oh, we're gonna need more room. Ugh! What the frick did I just do there? Cultist HP. Cultist max HP. Oh, it's a bit close there. It's not good to have it too close to the edges, guys, because sometimes it will jab out. It's good to give a little bit of a gap, even if it doesn't look like it needs it. If you were to zoom out, they can overlap. Right, so let's look at this. So the health bar is linked to the cultist's health bar. So cultist HP, cultist max HP, update the cultist health bar. This hostility is because at the start, when the player first encounters these, they shouldn't attack. So what I'm going to do is at the start, the bit where they engage combat, we're basically, where's the instantiate? Here we go. We're basically saying here, like, and also here, and before this section happens, we'll say is hostile. If false, if hostile is false, that wouldn't follow through. It only would if hostile was true, because that's where the combat happens. Anyway, I'm digressing, I think is the word. Right, so we have at the start we have cultist HP, cultist max HP. We're updating the cultist health bar. Cultist has the same amount of health as skeletons. Now, by default, for testing, I had the skeletons' HP well, they'd take 2 hits on the player and then they're dead. I might change that to maybe 4 hits, I'm not sure. But with these magic users, they're wearing cloth armor. So technically, 2 hits with a sword, they would die. So on that basis, I think I'll let the player kill them in 2 hits. Bearing in mind, there's 3 magic casters. Like, yeah, it's going to be a bit intense, but it's doable. Oh my god, that coffee is so strong. Jesus. I literally poured the coffee in the dark. I never measure my coffee. I just pour in the granules and I'm like, yep, that's enough. But I poured it with the light off. I couldn't see how much I'd put in. And it's pretty strong. Oh, Jesus. Leaving a real sour taste afterwards. Right. Let's get back to the thing at hand here. Right. Receive damage. Capsule collider off. So this we don't need to do that because they don't move. God, I've got so much code, it's confusing switching between all these different sheets trying to make sure that I'm following the same code when the skeletons are moving, whereas these casters are static. So there's bits I need, bits I don't. We've got the code bit here for updating the health bar. Is there a code? Oh yeah, it's coroutine because it's got a weight in there. So we need to do these two here. Set the trigger for dead. Set the trigger for hit. What we need to do first though, if I go down here, skeleton sword hitbox. We don't need to do anything with that because that was a custom, Unity event. We don't need to worry about that. So it was the skeleton, the trigger hit that handles, it calls the custom event within the cultist reference that triggers the damage. So when the player's sword hits the trigger, get a component parent. Yeah. Alright, let's copy that then. Skeleton damaged. Oh my god, right. So I'm going to copy the trigger hit. And I'm going to go to cultist. And let's not put it in there. There we go. Right, trigger hit. So now what we need to do skeleton reference, cultist reference. Okay, cultist reference. Cultist reference. So this is going to be cultist damaged. Let's get rid of that. We're gonna copy that. Put that there. And then we're going to remove the skeleton one from there because that's on that one, and then we've got that one, and the variable is skeleton reference. This needs to be cultist reference, and then we just get cultist idle and put that there. Right, so if the player's sword collides with that trigger, we go to the animator of the player character, we get the state and we check are they attacking or using their ability. If they are, then we get the cultist reference and we trigger receive damage. and we do disable the player's sword hitbox to stop it from hitting twice, similar to how the skeleton animation event was coded. Oh my god, I've been going 7.5 hours, guys. Hours doesn't feel like I've been going that long. Receive damage, player sword hitbox, and if I just quickly go to over here, it should be something for re-enable sword hitbox. If they're not in attack or ability, we turn it back on. Perfecto. Sorry, oh my god, there's so many different screens. Receive damage. So now what we need to do is go up to here. We don't need the code there. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that or that. Re-enables. We don't need that. All we need is that. We're copying the damaging the cultist, and then we need to plug in after sequence. The first step in a sequence needs to go into the update in the health bar. So we'll paste this above here, and that goes into there. So then what we're going to do is we're going to get cultist HP, set cultist HP, we're going to get the hold on a minute, cultist reference, so if the life is 0, they die. So we now need to go into the animator and add in the dead and hit. Oh god, okay. Is dead, is hit. Okay. Is hit, is dead, so is dead, is hit, is dead, is hit. How many animations do I have for this? Got the idle, hit, dead, attack. The attack is basically casting, so it is literally... We've already got the idle, so it is literally just hit and dead. Hit, death. Hit. And... Oh, I already put that in, sorry. Hmm. Um, Actually, no, they're not going to go back to idle. What are they? Yeah, they would if... For them to go from hit to idle... When the player first comes to the cultists, they're in the idle state. That's casting false. Go from idle to hit is hit. Hit to death. Yeah, no exit time. Casting is hit. And then is casting true. Let's go from hit to idle. And it's casting false. It's casting true. Well, they're going to be casting. If the player stays in the trigger, they're casting. When they leave the trigger, they're not casting. Pretty sure I'm not going to need to do one from hit to idle, because by the time the players hit them, they're still within that radius. I guess we give it a go. I think that's all set up. Let's give it a go. Nice. Okay, that's cool. I think that's it. I think that's it for the. It's just let's try it with 2. Oh shit. Oh no, he's rotated to he rotated to face the character. Oh my god, dude. We need to turn that off. Oh my god, dude. Rotate. On-trigger exit. turns to face the player if they remain in the trigger. Okay. So we need to get the state then. So is dead. Is dead, question mark. So we need to check, are they in death? If they're in death, then they should not be rotating to face the player. So we need to check the state. The skeletons don't do that when they die. I'm sure of it. So we're going to say here, we're going to be checking, are they in the death state? So we're saying if death is true, we don't look at them. If it's false, right. If the player is in the trigger, we check if the cultist is dead. If the cultist is dead, we don't face them, we don't say they're casting. If they're not dead, we look at the player. God damn. There we go, it's not facing us. Perfect. Oh, you bastard. Right, I think that's the cultist's combat done, it feels like. feels like that plays quite nicely. Oh, I just dodged that. Okay. That feels really, really nice, that combat. I'm happy with them having 2 hits to die because there's 3 enemies in there. And I think you can get in... I think you can get in 2 hits on the cultist before he gets a chance to attack you. But you're going to have 2 other casters there to also be weary of. So... that feels really fun though. Receive damage. Receive damage. Okay. What have we done this stream? Like, I don't know where the time has gone. Literally 8 hours. Turns to face the player if they remain in the trigger. We can shrink that a little bit. Okay guys, so that's the combat pretty much nailed for the cultists. The code and health bar would need to be applied to Priest Athelstan as well. But none of the code follows through at the moment. On the chart we have is hostile. So basically we're saying they're not hostile at the start, but then after the talking dialogue, when the player exits the trigger of that, it would then make them hostile. And Athelstan, if I just check the narrative, Athelstan, so yeah, Athelstan would be up here, who would be like shocked, in a shocked animation. Right. We didn't get... I am going to have to call the stream there, guys, I think. It's 4 in the morning. I am feeling quite tired, and it's been an 8-hour stream. I don't even know what I've done this stream. I can't even remember what I did at the start of the stream. But what did we do at the very beginning? Oh, I put in the health visual effects for the health, and what else did we do? There was something else. I can't even remember. Music, that's it. Sound, the audio and sound effects manager. Oh, cultist hit, cultist dead. So I've just added sound effects for cultist hit, cultist dead, cultist cast spell. So basically those are sound effects that we need. So yeah, I have actually done a fair bit. I've done the visual effects for the heal. We've put in the music and the audio manager, basically. And we've sorted out the magic combat with these two. And basically, the combat for Priest Athelstan is going to be the exact same. Except in his state, he's not going to die when his health reaches 0. He'll be on his knees in shock, and then the player is then given the choice of whether to let him live or die, which would be quite cool. So yeah, there's what else? Let's have a look at the job list. So I think I can tick off magic combat. I think it's fair to say that's pretty much done. It's functioning, it's working as intended. Athelstan's magic will be basically the same, but a little bit bigger and a different colour. That's the only difference. So it'll be a copy and paste job from the code of the cultists. So I think the next stream, which will be tomorrow, is going to be another big one. I'll get the quest log. No, what we'll do is we'll get Athelstan's magic and combat in there. So he's in sync with his minions. And then we will get the dialogue. I think, yeah, we'll jump into the dialogue interaction, because I need to get that up and running. That's really, really important. And then the other stuff, like once I've got the dialogue interaction, I can then add in the quest log or quest journal. So the player will basically be able to see what they need to be doing. So they press J, brings up the journal, and then it'll be like, speak to Beowulf or speak to so-and-so, do this, do that. So the narrative, the quest log will follow on from the narrative. The XP bar is going to be, it's not super important, but it's going to be implemented. So yeah, the last few things then on the HUD, in-game HUD, are program the XP bar, quest log, stat log, and then that's the HUD done. And then yeah, the UI is just main menu, pause menu. So yeah, obviously there's a few sound effects to add in, as you can see. But I am going to call it there, guys. I need to get some rest because tomorrow is going to be a big stream. So thank you very much for joining me tonight. I hope you've had fun watching. I know it was a little bit stressful with the magic combat, but we got there in the end. And thanks again to everyone that contributed. Awen, you found a solution, so thank you very much for that. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch to stay up to date with the latest and the greatest. And go check out my YouTube channel if you want to see previous streams for Unreal, Unity or Blender. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys, and thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next stream.